Hello and welcome back. Short highlight here if you're watching this on the YouTube highlights. This is the beginning of day 10. I think at the end of day 9 I accidentally say it was the end of day 10. It, in fact, was the end of day 9. This is the beginning of day 10, and yeah, we're going to finish hooking this thing up, is the plan. So we got copper, nickel, creosote needs to come in, molten glass needs to come in, a fuel oil needs to come in, lead needs to come in, etc. There's a couple things to bring in. That's what we're going to be working on here. So there's going to be a jump cut, and then hopefully that'll be done. So see you all in a moment if you're watching YouTube. At this point, assuming editor me does his job, it's just Twitch and people watching the unedited stream. So now I got to work out what I want to do first. As I said, I need to bring in creosote, because otherwise we're not getting any treated wood. That would actually probably be pretty easy to do. Let's actually go ahead and do that. Get the creosote going, and I'll bring something up to serve as the temporary fuel oil, as well as bring up the molten glass to get the glass works going. Big thing I'm running here to grab is the pipes. Lots of pipes. Now up to 220 underground, or pipe to ground. First things first, I think we'll get creosote running. I think I left an outflow for the creosote down here. Yeah, there it is. We'll just chop down the trees that get in our way. Why not chop down all the trees, just the ones that get in the way, or at least look like they might get in the way. Just keep this pipeline going about as straight as possible for the moment. Looks like I am going to have to run a little bit to the left. Oh no, this won't be too bad. Just attach the far right end of the existing oil refinery information. Whoops. I'm getting a little lazy coming through the forest here. And we get maximum length. I'm going to put the pump here because it's going to be convenient to get power to. Running the pipe here. Should be coming up on the end of the old petrochem area. Yep. You are, in fact, the creosote line, so I want to put a T-junction in here. And does that connect us? Should. That should give us creosote. You're running, so creosote runs through here. Good to see. That should be one more thing attached to the existing creosote process, or the existing setup built out last time. So we just basically need to hook up the last couple things here, and we'll get simple circuits on proverbial tap. Is the plan. Okay, you're waiting for wood. Just coming right now. That's giving you treated wood, which meaning you're able to make formica. And the formica flows through here to make the printed circuit boards. Great. Nickel, copper, lead. Whatever one is. And then copper and a liquid fuel of my, or molten glass and liquid fuel of my choice. Might be able to do the plumbing just to go around south here. Let's see if we can do that. Not quite. That in range? That was not in range. Can I make that range? Yes. Now, there's two ways I can handle the flammable gas. One is I can sort of lazy out and attach it to the already existing I don't want to describe that. The already existing petrochem we've got up there. I think is what I'm tempted to do. The alternative is to try to hook it into one of the other petrol items that I'm producing. Which is probably, in the long term, would be the better option. I think the shale oil is probably pretty close to tapped. Ah, too long. There's a convenient place to put a pump in here. If I get some aluminum, I think that's what I'm short on for the pump. Copper. Not expecting it to be copper, but okay. The old copper mine will run out eventually. Is that enough for pump? Nope. More. Grab a couple pumps because I'll probably need more. Yeah, I think I'll be lazy. I'll just look it up at the old shale oil. I might actually move the shale oil at some point. It's getting a bit cramped around where I put it in the end. Well, because I put other stuff near it, which maybe was a mistake. Yeah, I don't think I have very much shale or much coal gas or tar. So hooking up into those networks would probably be a mistake. Can't put the pump in because the pump ain't done. Okay. Let's go check on the science why the pump's running. The pump construction's going. Okay, so moss is needed to get it going again. Yeah, looks like it is purely a not enough moss in the system. Ran out of view, which is affecting everything else down the line. Okay. Moss is also CO2 reduction, so that means at some point I probably need to raise CO2 reduction. I think that's actually what's bottlenecking my moss at the moment. Because I can tell that this portion of the network is basically empty. Well, this portion of the network I don't think is attached to the better portion at this point, so it might be that this... I've got a portion that's empty, and I got a portion that's actually working, and I should really move stuff from the working portion to the empty portion. There's the pump. Molten glass in that system, if there's any glass left. Slightly different problem. Sort out what's wrong. Well, I know what's wrong with the glass is. The glass is being fed by the coal gas system. The coal gas system's empty. That about describes that situation. Its entirety. Twenty more sap trees. You're still running some like UB. Have some fuel, so we can get you running again by tossing more fuel in you. Add more concrete. Improve more of the road. Okay. Another 10 of those running. And yeah, I think I'll be lazy and I'll take off of the coal, or off of the shale oil here. Oh, that's not going to work because I'm trying to run it right down that line. Different place to run the horizontal. Move it a bit. Yep. Nope, the wrong way around. Easy enough to fix. And pipe to there, pipe to there. Maybe not optimal, because that interferes with the walkability a little bit, but as we move closer and closer to bots, I need less walkability anyway. Okay, so that gets you running. Gets us getting some glass. Mainly looking at being out of copper. Nickel, lead, tin? Copper, nickel, lead, tin, yeah. Now, for each of those, I'm probably going to want... to actually set up a proper smelting array. Well, copper less so. Copper I can redirect the old base one. The copper and nickel probably wants a proper base array. So all the trees should be going. But I'm not sure if all... I don't think I got all the moss farms running. Yeah, not all the moss farms are running. There's enough wood for it to back up, so I'm going to have to actually steal it from down south to finish up. Okay. I need 70 something to go. 81, that looks good. 81 more moss should finish that up. It's not... I see what's happening. Grab you, that unjams you. We don't need more circuit boards right now, so we can hold off on that. This still already needs more moss. Can't have any more moss because I need the moss for something else. Something else jammed that stopped it from... Oh no, it's only just started working and that's what's happened. This is a fairly slow process. Okay, it's not going to be enough to get it started, or not get it done. Can hold off on the aluminum for the moment, but I should get some of the other ones over here. Some of the other fluid drills finished. And reinstall. We'll install. So that's the aluminum. I am in a position where I probably could get away with running coal for the furnaces over here. So which one is this? This is tin. Tin. 10 plate. I'm gonna make a belt of it. Got one recipe that does it. Goes in a furnace. 150 ore in. It takes a whole belt of coal. I'm gonna use coal. Although that's 225 furnaces. This is showing me the potential futility of this option. Okay. And then... so steam... 300 drills. Okay, we're not doing 15 of this a second. I don't think I need 15 of this a second, so that'll be fine. Simple circuit board. I need... what is that? 2.3333. We'll say 2.4. $36.48. Okay, so I don't even think I'm going to be able to achieve that, because I don't think this deposit's big enough for that. Spoiler alert, I don't think it's that big. As far as the missing mines are concerned... Here's our missing mines. So total, I'm gonna have 18. So yeah, so we're not even gonna get that setup running at full speed because I simply am not gonna have enough mines here. But we'll start with this assembly. And I suppose the first thing of the course is going to be get this one running for this recipe. Get the next one running. Get the next one running. And then we can, and then I can come back and be like, okay, now that I've got them running, get the first batch running. We got some income. I can move on to the second batch to help fluff the numbers to the right number. I'm doing the wrong side. And then I can do the trick that I was doing to sort the ash. And how many stone furnaces would that, or how much stone, or how much coal would that take? Not, well, actually, if this was the right size, it wouldn't even take a whole half a belt. I'm giving this a half a belt, so I can actually do this out of stone furnaces, which would make this a lot cheaper. What are we looking at here? 18. I'm just going to adjust your number. And say 1 for the mod. Okay, so it's more than 1. Although that's actually a pretty good indication because that's 20. So 15 for 20 means if I do like 16 for 18, we'll have too many stone furnaces. That works. That'll totally work. Okay. Okay, so these should be 10 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, these are 10 long. It's only need to be 8 long, so I can do a cut of the end. Just overlap them like so to make it 8 long. Gotta go grab more fluid mining drills. I might have enough furnaces on me. I disassemble the old obsolete stack pretty quickly. use that trick to reorient the inserters. Do that the other side. Rinse and repeat. And then I can take advantage of the fact that I've got splitters. Do that. And just like that, those stacks fueled. And there we go. So, theory, that's higher nickel production, so they're coming back with the drills. That's my nickel out. That's my ash out. I have the coal going down the wrong lane. Wrong way. The wrong way. Okay, so we'll fix that. I have to go grab all that coal that went down the wrong hole. Oh, so that asks a different question. Did I already have a filter on here? I might have already had a filter splitter on here down somewhere. So that's what we're going to check. That's why I'm not just like grabbing all the coal right now. Nope. Nope, I did not have a filter on it. No filter. Okay. Come back to that side. Just gotta collect all the coal. Because I did not put a filter. I can be real lazy though, and the fuel return here could accept coal. So let's actually get this being put to productive use. So I need to get out my inventory. So I believe I've fixed the problem. Now, fixing the problem does not mean that the problem's been cleaned up. That's what we're working on right now. Made a problem, I fixed the problem. I'm not going to clean up the proverbial spill from the problem. Falls off of that one. Falls off of that one. Falls off of that one. Okay. So while we're doing that, one last check to make sure I got it all. A little bit down here. Here we go. Okay, I did the split off for Ash going up north, or on a different line, so I didn't have to worry about that. Okay. So I cleaned up that problem. I made a problem, but I cleaned it up. So I'm just going to come down here, get the fluid drills, and we can start running you back to the setup until I run out of belt. I might as well clean that up while we're thinking about that. That one's... Actually, I can... Let me just reuse that one for the moment. I'm going to go basically that way until we get to here, and then we don't. When all that steel used up off, it'll be time to disassemble that setup. For the moment, it works. And if it works, don't fix it. So I'll get those going. It'll go faster, obviously, if I've got all the fluid drills in. Oh, you're waiting on copper. I've got some of the moss. Let's deploy some moss while I'm here. Yeah, we'll do Fancy Road. Or we'll do the Bridge Concrete for faster travel. The next type of Fancy Concrete. And shoot off here. Close enough. Okay, let's get moss in you, and you. Not quite enough. There's CO2 in this portion of the network, yeah, so it's we got a network shift, or network issue, where we've got some in some place and some not in the other place. And I have no stone over here, so that's why this is not running. It's no stone. And no stone is why it's not running. I've got options to solve that. One is I can transition the metal, the iron over, so that we're doing the better recipe. That would generate more metal, and it would generate stone as a byproduct, which, well, we now need. I now need more stone. What did I come over here for? Ah, yeah, fluid drills. I ran past it. Doesn't help that the speed that I'm running, everything is a little blurry. I have to stop, take a moment to look sometimes when I'm running past things. Okay, so there's our fluid mining drills. I suppose I'll have, similarly to how I have tin, I will have the same for zinc and lead. But zinc and lead are going to be complicated by the fact that, yeah, I'll go ahead and figure out how big the setups are going to be before I commit to grabbing the stone furnaces and doing stone furnaces. Because obviously, 534 rock haul for lead is not. We're sending a half a belt down there. We don't have a half. We don't have that much down there. Same thing with 252 there. Although that's including the steam to do the tar process. There's so much in there. So much goes into complicating that recipe. Let's see. Let's finish what we're working on. Oh, what I could do... This was the thought process of the metal, right? So I could do swap to this recipe jaw crushers. How many iron mines do I have? 39. So I would probably want about 30 jar crushers. That give us about a belt of stone. And I do need more than a belt of stone. Although, no, I don't, because for the moss, I only need a third of the belt. So, okay, so I don't want to convert the whole thing. If I convert the whole thing, I'll have too much time. I'll go from not enough to too much, and that's a problem. Gotta meter my increase here. Yeah, but I do need some stone, so it'll make sense to crush some of it. Should be enough to do that. Although that's fairly low on the priority list. Getting the other stuff hooked up is probably more important. You're out of fuel again. I think I have random fuel in the inventory. Just that little bit more concrete. Okay, here we are. Okay, now I just need the liquid. On each row. Of course, the system just gets that little bit too big. Well, there's always a solution to that. It's called a pump. I think I had one in the inventory. It made that real quick to do. Reminds me I should probably make more pumps. And there we go. So that's not gonna be enough. But seeing as I don't have everything else hooked up, it's enough for now. Oh, and the copper mine has the OG copper mine is empty. Do I need this ash line? Is it coming straight from the mine? It is coming straight from the mine. Okay. Do I use it somewhere else? Yes, I do use it somewhere else, so I should not just tear it up. As tempting as that can be. The other one is running into the old power plant, so we want the old power plant obviously keep running until I fundamentally move beyond that. I should probably take the old science offline once and for all. The logic being... Actually, I'm still using the planter boxes to make saplings, so I should re-engage you. When you stop again, we'll disengage you. Because we've got a new one set up that just runs better. Should use the new one. It's the new and improved one. Okay, so that should be enough moss to finish you up. Okay, so that'll be running if I ever get enough stone over here. If I can get the new setup going, this is all gonna, well, except for the methane. The methane we're plumbing into the new one, but a lot of the mess over here is gonna get cleaned up. Okay, so pick up 15 of you. You're being held up by you, which is being held up by lack of moss, because it's always the moss that's being the problem. Oh, or the stone. Got stone problems. I suppose when the time comes, I could borrow that stone. Redirect that towards the moss up north. That would work. Yeah. And we can see we're out of green down here, so unless I hand feed some green in there, it is done. With what it's going to build. Render Alex, going to put another 15 on that. Not going to be enough to finish it up. Going to get a big chunk of it done, though. I'm also going to divert the copper, although I'm going to divert it in a little bit of a weird way, which is I'm going to deprioritize the diversion here. So if we have surplus, so output priority right, if we have surplus copper, run towards the new setup. Because what I'm going to be doing is, as we no longer need the old setup, I wanted to go to the new one. Else I wanted to continue going to the old one, because I don't want to break the old one in the process of making the new one work. Oops. At least that filter's on there. Tell me I need to go to the other side. It's that one. Is copper. Okay. I should go grab more belts because we got a long way to go from the, what is that, the zinc? I think that's zinc. From zinc and lead. Got enough undergrounds. Got more pipe to ground while we're here. And then I'll grab the fluid drills, because I suspect I will need more fluid drills. Oh, well, there's 2 here? There's only 2 here. Okay, well, we'll take them. Better than nothing. What's holding you up is small parts, because of course it's small parts. What's holding the small parts up? Probably lack of iron. So it's lack of sticks. The lack of sticks is due to the lack of iron, yeah. Because I'm only getting in a half belt of iron, which weirdly enough probably means I'm not using enough stone. Spoilers, if you're wondering why I'm immediately guessing, like, oh, I have a problem. It's the stone's not being used fast enough. Okay, well, temp solution then is put some demand on the stone. And I need half a belt of stone to get the CO2 production going, so I just divert some of the stone to the CO2 production. And if I pick the right lane, not the wrong lane, but the right lane, then it should be fairly seamless and not cause any harm. So I'm just going to guess, and probably pick the wrong one. We're going to do it there, to there. Do an underground just to go across the road here. And then I want to do an underground here. Jump the metal line. Oops. Didn't mean to actually pick it up. I'll need another couple of you. So I do a U into a U. And just like that, if I grab the right stone lane, we got stone coming in, that'll power up and use some stone, which will get me some iron. Here comes a whole belt of stone, because I'm just not using enough stone in the main bases, apparently. Using too much iron, not enough stone. Here comes the stone. But yeah, we'll power this up, so we'll get some wood coming soon. Okay. Yep, there we go. So, it's pulling both lanes, so I should see some metal coming up. Although getting some stone moving, getting enough stone moving to see it anytime soon is a different problem. It's a long way back there if it actually stopped. It starts coming from, and we're starting to see some, so yeah, I think I'll put some pep in the step of the iron mine again. Yeah, I'm just not using enough stone. I might run out of carriage into this rate because I'm not mining stone fast enough. Of all things. The buffer, the OG. I needed this to be flowing, so I threw it in chests. Storage area is, in fact, empty. Yeah, so I have enough overflow for the copper there, so yep, I'm just looking at zinc and lead. Let's do zinc next. Oh, that's not... We're jammed up because I'm jammed up on... Ah, okay. It's that's jammed up. Just gonna keep the temporary solution working for just a little bit longer. Say there's nothing more permanent than temporary solution, but I occasionally prove them wrong when it comes to that. Although I'm not here to fix this temporary problem. The temporary solution. We're here to go and make a different temporary solution. Yep, use the zinc ore location. So we're gonna figure out how many mines we've got. Potential. Might not set them all up. We'll see. I want to see how many there is so we can figure out how much of the belt we can fill. Okay. Kind of got to do all the inserters, and we're going to do all that belt weaving. How many do we have here in theory? 113. So how close does 113 get me to a full belt? Gets me pretty good, decent portion of the way. It's about a third of the belt. In fact, I will say we are going to aim for a third of the belt. So we're actually going to oversupply from a mining standpoint. That's fine. Oh, I should probably actually turn it down a little bit more. That's going to be evident by the fact that I will not have enough coal to run the entire setup. I got a half belt of coal coming down here. I am not going to fix that. We are going to have a half a belt of coal. This whole thing has to run off of half a belt of coal. So we turn it down again. That's more than I've got. 4. Nope. 3. Still more than I've really got. So like 2.5? Yeah, 2.5 will run, and then that means that you need to be on electric... the save coal. Steam comes in from elsewhere, so that's fine. And so I only need 50 of these mining drills running right now. Okay. Any more than 50, and I just won't have the coal to run it. So that's 30. That's 40. I might... No, well, yeah, I should go more than that, so I should probably just do that. Do the 65. Okay. So that'll be more than I have, and I'm realizing I am out of inserters. Or, well, we'll very rapidly be out of inserters. Technically not out of it right now. Forgot to grab some when I was at the base. Oh, that's probably fine because I don't have enough drills. the right first couple in the right way, and then I can just quickly properly place the rest of the row. I can use the blueprint trip to come the right way around. This would be one situation where something like a blueprint shotgun would be convenient, because I could just shotgun them instead of come back with the blueprint to fix them. And I'm one short, because of course I'm one short. It'd be too convenient if I wasn't one short. The entire row. There we go. I'll have to be a little bit careful when I come down the row, but make it worth some of the stuff we've got. Okay, so at the moment we do pluck you like so. Okay. I don't know. I can work out how many furnaces I need while I'm here. Right. 37. 38. And it worked out I'm only going to build these 3 rows, right? Hopefully it would have worked out. Yeah, so I got, say, 13 each on the furnaces, because that'll be 13 per row. Which is, should work. Okay, then I just need to have a plan. Do this with the blueprints, I suppose. Advanced Foundry. It's one thing in, one thing out, so that's fairly simple. I'm gonna get a row of 13 of these in here. I don't think so. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no. Not gonna be enough space there. Okay. Might be vertical. Or might be horizontal here. So that was 8. That would be 13. Yeah. One for inserters, 2 for the belt, 2 for the other belt, and inserters. I need 3 rows. So that would in theory be enough. Go up into ghost mode as we're looking like. In and out. I'll have to double check to see how many inserters I need. I don't suspect it's going to be very many. Once we put the recipe in. 40 every 60 seconds. So, yeah, that should be doable with a single inserter, because 40 divided by 60 is less than 0.77. Yeah. And then out, obviously, it's going to be less than a single inserter. So we're looking like something that is going to look like you. And then probably run the power poles the last opportunity. Because I just need to power all the buildings, and you can just sort of click and drag as you run along the line to do that. Here we go. And then, yeah, that's 39 of those. So I need 39 of those, many of those as I can get. A bunch of inserters to get this working. Okay. And for the moment, run the ash to you. The ash has a way out. We're not generating much down here, so it really shouldn't be making much of a difference. Okay, let's get running back to grab the supplies I need. So I mostly need inserters. Well, I need inserters, I need the foundries, I need the drills. And I probably don't have enough of any of those, let's be fair. Maybe have enough to get some of it started so I can get some green flowing. Some green flowing. And the next time for that will be lead, and then the settle will be running, I suppose. Although it still won't be running at full speed because I don't have enough formaldehyde set up. It's more formaldehyde as well. Inserters, 500's hopefully more than I need. And, oh, that's installation. There's the foundries. So yeah, 21 is not going to be enough, but we'll grab what we can. Grab the 5 of those. We'll check up on the science, and we'll go install these. Oops. Problem of using F to try to pick stuff off the floor while trying to WASD to move around, while trying to flip in and out of various things. It's very much a self-made problem. I'm gonna grab some science here. 9 science. This side. Okay, so you need coal when I can go grab some. And yeah, coal when we can go grab some. In the meantime, give you moss. And you, moss. And I'll grab the 80 trees. Actually, that's a lot of trees. We'll get some of those installed before I go run to the mine. Forgot to install the signs. I think it looks like I have enough sap just because the system isn't, has only recently been running properly. So it just backed up for the moment. I could be wrong, maybe I underestimated how much sap I need, but this was saying 100 of those things. And we don't have them all running. Yeah, 100 of those make 5, that's what it's telling me. Oh, and that's now done. So as far as this recipe's done, we've just got the sap trees to put in the connections. You can see the fluid overflows. I'm probably burning the wrong stuff and not burning the right stuff, based on the fact I'm overflowing. We got too much anthracene. Got too much pitch. I'm out of tar, out of coal gas. And then you are eating tar, yeah. So I should probably. Well, that's probably what's happening. Right? It's I'm burning all the coal gas as soon as I get it. I'm making so much tar, and I do have enough processing to process the tar into stuff. So the tar is not sitting around; it's being turned into stuff. I suppose I should either swap over to anthracene or pitch for running the glass instead of the coal gas. Oops. Wrong way around. Catch that before that makes too much of a run for it. I think that was all the rogue green stuff on the wrong side of the belt. Well, to be fair, on the belt that's not supposed to be on. About as rogue as you can get. That's all the foundries that I have and all the drills that I have for the moment. Oh, I have no power down here. Although I suppose that doesn't stop me from backing into the old stuff. Gonna wait all to the end. Anyway, I'll have to go grab some power. Power I don't need to run too far for, I believe. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I'm gonna have a long way to run. But it's probably easier than trying to drag even more coal down here. Okay, all those belts are in. And what's left of my copper into power poles, because if I don't have enough, then, well, I might as well get started. Making the replacements. If I have enough, then what's 13 more going to do? And the belt just goes on and on and on, and we're gonna run out of belts, so I'm just gonna get more, but got a long way to go. And the naphthalene oils are, yeah, I got too much of some oils, not enough of others. I'm definitely gonna have to redesign the petrochem area on the good oil burners. Like I'll swap first. I'll swap over to something that can't overflow, so I don't have any more oil spills. Doesn't mean it's more prone to jamming, but that also means it's more prone to making me figure out what's wrong with it. Hey, why is this not working? Oh, because I have too much of that. Maybe I should do something with that. Ad nauseum is the plan. Okay, so we got power. Go fetch belts, fluid mining drills, and foundries if they have them. And we'll continue getting that both booked up, assembled. Okay. 1,000 belt. 100 more undergrounds. Oh, that was easy. 20 more of those. That came in well. And 5 more of those. Oh, the parts must be flowing better. Flowing better and flowing well enough are two different problems. Check up the science, and of course that's going to want moss. We'll bring moss, knowing that it will need it. Always needs moss. Ah, I forgot to grab the coal. Go grab the refined coal, because I know it needs the refined coal too. And we ran past the refined coal, so it should be easy enough just to go grab some. Just double the number of refined coal we can hold. Buffer. And we run back over there. I'm so surprised you don't need more fuel, although you don't need more fuel because you've run out of steel. Okay, that means it's time to pack that up, or I'll have to hand deliver it steel, one of the two. Let me run down the road. You were the one that needed the coal, so in goes the coal. And you tell that, or moss in that moss hole. And we'll put moss over here. I have enough plumbing. I should fix this problem. In fact, I've already partially fixed the problem. There's the anthracene coming up. Should swap it back over from coal casting anthracene just to get the thing running more reliably. Run the belts to the furnaces. I'm gonna do the furnaces and the mining drill first. Come back for the belt. I forgot to grab copper to make more power poles. I might not have enough power poles to get this whole thing running. Yep, not enough to get it all running. My suspicions were correct. To be fair, where I'm going to take it is near copper, so I can get copper where we're going. So I'm not too worried. Also, we're not done. Not done doing all the mines, so enough done for the moment. Belt keeps going and the belt keeps going because I've got a really big base. Does barely anything it feels like sometimes, but it's a big base nonetheless. Nope, it's not gonna work because I need to. Okay, I have to do that. Just need to attach there. There we go. Power poles, all of them, please. like 100 copper. Only 140 power poles. Be more than enough. Yeah, things I'm missing is the batteries, copper zinc batteries, which are zinc, and the solder, which is lead. Everything else, I think, is sorted, based on the fact that I can see it. Next, the simple circuit board maker. Why are you not... Because I don't have enough formaldehyde. Which is pulse loading, because I only have a third of the input. That makes sense. About 30 science. Backed up by the fact I used everything. Fair enough. That should be enough to finish into metallics. Let's go see if there's more foundries. Or not more, well, yes, more foundries. So I probably want more foundries as well, but mainly the fluid mining drills. I was going to check out the sap trees while we're there. There's metallics, stage 1. Following into metallics, stage 1 is the oil industry, most notably oil burner. Interesting. Proved recipes for transport belts and engine units. That's one way to get my metal requirements down. Latex, carbon black, polybutadiene, which requires titanium plate. The aromatics, okay. Then fish is fish. Okay, fish is fish. Heavy armor for more carrying capacity. Maybe not. Warehousing for the big warehouses. I'm trying to figure out what I want to work towards after I'm done with what I'm on. I think the answer is, once I'm done with what I'm on, I might just want to chill until I get the thing to no longer be hand-fed. I think that's what I'm going to do at that point. Did it again. Okay. Oil industries a go. I didn't come here for the moss, but I picked the moss up anyway. I came here for the trees. We have 20 more trees. 20 more trees is not enough trees. we're not gonna get that done with that burst. Next burst, maybe. Got those loaded. Doesn't seem like I need the sap right now, but I think that's just because the thing's not running fast enough. Not that the thing won't use the sap. Here's the foundry. 11. 10 of you, because you're waiting on small parts. Okay. Maybe grabbing something farther up the chain that uses small parts is not the smartest idea. Trying to make the thing go faster. And yeah, it looks like I'm not using enough stone again. Although in this case, it's because the trees are backed up. I suppose it's a good problem to have, maybe? Oh, different problem. Not enough pitch. Or not enough, shale oil. So what's happened, and I can tell because this is the stone line coming in from the iron mine. The stone line coming from the iron line is backed up. It's stuck. One is Kerrigan, because I never put proper Kerrigan production and consumption on one of the on the stone mine over here. The other one is that the other mine runs on shale oil. Isn't getting enough shale oil, so or wasn't getting enough shale oil. It is now running. Oh, you can see it wasn't running there for a bit. Yeah, that's one of the problems. The other one is this. Seeing as I currently have a Kerrigan shortage, let's bring this back for the moment. Oops. So if I don't have enough shale oil, that would be due to not enough stone being used. So I can get more stone from one location by using the shale oil from that location. And I have more shale oil. Okay. See how that works out. And I don't have enough drills. In fact, I got no drills. So, other than powering on the last row, which isn't a rush, isn't a reason to go running right back to the green mine. So we're gonna go out to the lead mine. Yeah, lead from the lead mine is going to be a little awkward because I don't even have a half a belt to feed. I've got a half a belt feeding the lead. Although the lead deposit looks like it was small enough I did plan it out. So I've got an idea how big this is. 29 mines if I had all of them. This is obviously far bigger than it's going to be. 1.5 to think about for the moment. So actually a little bigger than that. Like 3? Smaller than 3, but that's kind of what we're going for. And okay, that's even if that is on stone furnaces, that's not too bad. Probably means I want to bring its own half a belt of coal down, but probably that's fine enough. Okay. So in which case, is that wants 3 stacks of stone furnace. So it wants 30 furnaces. We are going to get roughly 3 belts, although I think I should do some belt balancing. Not just accept that we're going to have enough on the belt. Each of the belts, because the third one is a bit small. Okay. Something looks like that for the lead. And then if I'm feeding right, we're looking whole ash. Yeah, so I don't have to actually do the whole rigmarole. I can just do that. That'll work. There we go. So that's what I probably want to build out. Once we have the mines, of course, as well. Although apparently I had all the inserters down, so it's just belt. I'm belt and mine and stone furnace short. And yeah, from after we're done the oil industry, the next thing I'm sort of working towards is fish. Because with fish, I can get one of the sort of not particularly powerful renewable sources of power, but I can get the spammable one. Right, we can get fish for the fish turbines. Here's the fish turbine, multi-bladed fish turbine. So if I can grow my own fish, I can just start spamming these out. Although that might cause some other problems. I might run out of ash if I get a little too much renewable power. Six more science. You're waiting on that, which is actually waiting on agar. Let's go grab some agar. Grab the belts. 1,000 more belts. See what we got for fluid drills. One. Got one fluid drill. Let's start. And I need furnaces. Stone furnaces. It should be enough. No more science yet. Hold on, double check to make sure that isn't because something's stuck. Got enough moss, got enough moss. You're just running, you're just taking sweet time to run. Okay. Oh! No, I'm out of wood. That's actually easier to fix. Have some wood. Good thing I double checked. Okay, arriving over here. Throw the 40 stern furnaces in real quick. There's only 30 of them. So 30 are in. Got one fluid drill, so we'll get that running. Just like that, we got that sorted. Yeah, close enough. Doesn't actually matter which side is the underground. I suppose if it's that side, that actually cleans up that side a little bit better anyway. The good old direction trick again to get the right way around. Just click and drag, and then one copy and paste, flip the state, every other one. There we go. So, not going to run at speed because I don't have enough drills down, but is going to run. Is going to provide lead. Pretty much on tap, so time to get this back to base. I'll probably run out of belt before I get back to base. Although who knows, maybe I won't. Oh, I'll probably get back to old base. I probably won't get to the place where it's going. That's maybe a step too far. Probably run horizontal before, say, there. Yeah, need more belt and underground, because I did not take the most underground avoiding path. I'm just like, nah, I'm going straight line over under every electric wall. Is that efficient? No. I did do it though. Totally did do it. And fluid mining drills. How many do I have? I have some. It's one. It's exactly one. Barely any, but it's some. You know what I don't need here anymore? The ash buffer. This old ash buffer does not need to be a buffer anymore. Otherwise, just leave the infrastructure as is, because, you know, it's not hurting too much. Taking too much space. there we go. Actually, I do have a little bit of lead. I can start the system up here. I know there's some lead. While waiting for it to flow through the system. There we go. So, I suppose if Editor Me does a very good job of editing. I now, in theory, have ship shooters that are not running by hand-fed anymore. This ship shooter assembly is, in theory, being supplied directly from the mines. Where to start with the build over here for this portion? Here we've got the solder. Solder's got lead coming in from the lead mine. The lead mine isn't done, which is why you haven't seen a build review for that. It's running, but it's partial. And then besides that, that takes in some of the tin, which comes from the tin mine. When I'm done with the build review here for the chip shooters, I'll actually go do a review of that tin mine. The tin mine isn't enough to keep this running at full speed, so this thing isn't going to run at full speed, to be fair. It's much like the bus, where the bus is like a belief that it will one day run at full speed. But yeah, there's not enough tin in that tin mine. But for the moment, as you can see, because the lead hasn't been flowing and other stuff hasn't been flowing, it's enough for the short term. It is actually running, although the lead still hasn't arrived from the lead mine. I actually started it up with a little bit of lead from the inventory, but that is actually connected to the lead mine. So that's the solder. We're going counterclockwise. We've got high power resistors here, taking tin, glass, and coke. Tin, once again, coming from the tin mine. Coke coming from our coke line, coming from petrochem stuff. And then we're making glass on site from over here. This is running off of shale oil, and I don't actually have enough shale oil. I'll need to fuss with that a bit, I think, in the future. But for the moment, it's made enough glass, that's not a problem. Next up is ceramics, which is ceramic and tin plate. Again, tin. And we're getting ceramics in from the old ceramic setup that we have right feeding the main bus. Got air core conductors, again, ceramics. And then over here we've got the copper coming in to turn into the copper cable to make those. Then we got vacuum tubes being fed with copper and iron and glass as well. And graphite. We're making graphite from the coke right here. Same coke line coming over from petrochem. And then we have the printed circuit boards over here. Printed circuit boards are using Formica, copper, and vacuum. Vacuum is over here. We're doing the vacuum for all things that need vacuum. The Formica is being processed here. Right now, the formaldehyde is actually the old formaldehyde setup. I will be wanting to build 2 more of those to get it up to speed to properly fulfill this, which is why it's not running at full speed, but we do have Formica, and I'll probably do a short build review when I do the effective tripling of that when we get to that bit. Got tar coming up from petrochem. We're using that to treat the wood here. We've got cellulose here using limestone and wood. Limestone from over there. One of the processes uses saline water. We got stone coming in, added to water to make saline water. That goes into the zinc batteries. So zinc batteries, that's something I didn't cover earlier. Copper and zinc come in. Zinc, again, coming up from a partial mine. So the mine isn't running fast enough to actually run this at full speed, but it isn't running at full speed, so that's fine for the moment. It doesn't need to be hand-fed anymore. There's a big improvement over what it was before. And then we've got fiber and lumber. The lumber is coming. Oh, and you can see lots of sap. The sap isn't quite done. I haven't put all the sap trees in. We've got wood coming from over here. which is helping to use ash, and the moss farms that are feeding this are helping it to use stone. And the moss farms over here that are now all running. And we got some soil making muddy water to get these running. You do? So this setup's running. If anything, we were actually backed up on wood, which is why it's not running. But yeah, that's kind of the state of the build. That was the big thing we've been working on. I arguably for the last 4 days was working up to that. And it's not running at full speed, but it's running close enough to full, or it's running, which means the old one can finally be disassembled, and I can use some of the spare parts from the old one, I suppose, to get it running a little bit better. I can, for example, go harvest the sapling trees to build out the remaining saplings. But yeah, this is, unlike the old one, which was one of everything to make it run. This is assuming I get the metal fed in at an appropriate rate, which isn't the case. We don't have enough lead coming in, I don't have enough zinc coming in, I don't have enough tin coming in. Tin and zinc look like they're enough just because the lead... Actually, the lead I think is probably closer to the right amount than the tin and the zinc. The green and the purple here. So as a side effect, as this catches up the rest, we're probably going to fall behind. But yeah, in the moment you can see we're making simple circuit boards. We're not limited by a correct assembly machine. We're now down to the point where it's actually the feed. Am I feeding enough into the setup to keep it running at full speed? And the answer there, I believe, is no. I believe we're not. I'm pretty sure I'm short on lead, short on tin and zinc. Short on formaldehyde. The formaldehyde's going to get tripled. The formaldehyde's probably one of the easier things to get tripled. The saplings will get sorted. But yeah, that's the state of the build review. So Editor Me has done a good job. Hopefully you enjoyed that bit of build review. We're going to do a jump cut. I'm going to go look at the tin setup. The tin setup. I'll give you a bit of spoilers here for the next highlight. It's not big enough. We've maxed that mine out. That's the whole mine when we get down there, but it's not big enough. We're going to have to make it bigger. But we're going to have a jump cut, and we're going to go down to that build review portion. Okay, so if Editor Me is doing a good job, we've come back for the jump cut. This is the tin mine, so you can see I've utilized the tin mine to the maximum efficiency, and up top here we have the mine itself, which for the moment is backed up, but this is because this is actually the first of the 3 fluid mining drill areas that I fixed. So that it runs, it doesn't have to be hand-fed anymore. This is not going to be enough, although I think this is like half of enough. We need 2.3, and I believe this is outputting 1. About 1. So it's about half of what we need. So as the simple circuit board process properly spins up, this should be running constantly. But that's a good step. And yeah, this is the first fluid drill setup that is fully assembled. You can see the aluminum one over there that hasn't been fully assembled. Zinc hasn't been fully assembled. Lead hasn't been fully assembled. Zinc and lead are belted to where they're going. They're blueprinted out. I think they're just fluid mining drills short. We're waiting for the bus to build those. But yeah, so this is where this highlight's going to stop. I'm going to get to building some other things. I actually might do some disassembly at this point rather than building, because I think it is time to finally bring a lot of the old base officially offline. So the next highlight will probably be me adding things to the bus, rather than... it'll either be me adding things to the bus, or it'll be more fluid mining drills if I get some more assembly of some more of those mines complete. So, if you're watching in the YouTube highlight, catch you in the next highlight. And if you're watching on Twitch, now it is time for me to actually do some more hard work. Although, yeah, I'm going to do some disassembly first, I suppose. Yeah, first steps first. I know this area over here is surplus to requirements. The question is, how do I want to bring it offline? So that I don't have a massive mess trying to clean it all up. So I think the first step is to bring you offline. Because I got 1.4K those, so I definitely don't need any more of those. Sapling, sap trees. Let it use what it has for the moment. Getting. Oh, and that's another thing that's been struggling with my formaldehyde production. You need CO2. That means I should hook you up to the new CO2, because the old CO2 is, struggling. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll be back. Not to the stream. Sorry, stream. Yeah, I'm gonna be here. You're gonna hear me chatting. I'll be back to just do more disassembly over there. But first we need CO2. The new CO2 setup. How far south is that coming? Probably not far enough. There it is. And it's empty. Okay. So I just don't have enough CO2. I objectively do not have enough CO2. The big thing that is making CO2 is the lime production, which isn't running because I'm not using enough concrete. Oh, and this is not a permanent fix. Well, it's gonna get a little more concrete, so let's just grab a bunch of concrete. Definitely do some more roads. I don't need a pile of coal, so I'm going to only grab concrete if I can. It's a bunch of concrete, that'll help. Get some CO2 flowing, and yeah, probably that isn't enough. It's more CO2 makers. And there is, what do I have options-wise for CO2? That's the next question. So I got coke. I got coke and limestone, which is what I'm using there. I have tar to make Rich clay, flue gas, and carbon dioxide in aromatics. We're probably wanting that for aromatics, but not for the moment. So yes, we're looking at this recipe. We need more of those high temperature furnaces, I believe. And of course, need more fluid nitros. There's the fluids. Did I go past the high temperatures? I think I went past the high temperature. There you go. Okay, got some tanks on me, so I can use that for checking the state of the system. And I've got... yes, I have some saplings on me, so let's get those installed. That CO2 or creosote? Formaldehyde, neither. CO2 is running the other end. Yeah, that's CO2 up there. Okay. Okay, let's see what I'm gonna do. So, you prioritize right. So I have enough coke. Come north like this. And these are going to turn coke into CO2. The inserter balance here. Yeah, definitely one each. Okay, to be fair, this doesn't make actually all that much CO2, but some is better than none, and we're short on CO2 for processes. Okay. Enable, disable, based on carbon monoxide. Okay. And apparently I have enough carbon dioxide, because this portion of the network has enough. Interesting. Although I've got a couple of pumps in the system, so it might be this portion of the system has enough and a different portion doesn't. That would track. Could also be that I've been futzing with the system long enough that maybe it's backed up. Meantime, we're gonna take the CO2 if I can over to where that formaldehyde is coming from, coincidentally. Because if I can provide that area with more CO2, we should get some more formaldehyde. Go. Yeah, we got more CO2, so this should be running full stop. Yeah, that's much better. At some point we need to get it to stop. I think it's fueling one of the glass furnaces around here as well. Probably a good idea to get it to stop doing that too, but let's give it some buffer in there. Formaldehyde, and on the methane. I'll drop one of you to be the little bit extra buffer on the formaldehyde as well. Okay, do some more disassembly while we're here. So the methane farm there is going to be conserved. I'm not going to disassemble that. That's not going anywhere. Formaldehyde might move. 6 more of you. You're waiting on that, which is waiting on moss. So I gotta go do a moss run. The moss run. Like to get this to not be hand fed anymore. Oh, that's more of a build replacement to do that. Some stone. So I'm trying to hold F. I'm not 100% sure what the other button is that's making that happen, but keep hitting F and hitting something else at the same time to bring that up. Oh, I've got the sorting by products from someplace coming up here. Not that there apparently is much coming up, but that's a different problem. I'm like, why is there this obviously empty belt? Because the answer is because it's an obviously empty belt. Don't you realize? Yeah, this whole setup can basically wherever it wants. This one's a little pickier because it needs to be near copper. The formaldehyde maker. Methane can be, yeah, pretty much moved. Back for the moment, let's just go ahead and do a copy of you. So I think I want 2 more of those. Copy there, and I can quickly just delete the bits we don't need. So that belt's not needed. That's just a buffer tank. I only really need 1 buffer in the system. And I can just do a full copy paste of you again. And into the blueprint menu you go. To be fair, this is the copper mine down here. This is the copper line coming up from it. So I could keep it around here to take advantage of convenient access to copper formaldehyde. And then just continue pumping the formaldehyde like we've been doing. I buy that argument. That argument definitely resonates with me. We've got the water here. And I've already plumbed it over to the new setup, so it doesn't need to move. Fluids travel pretty well. Well, fluids do and don't travel really well. Very high throughput. If it's not a little bit fiddly sometimes with the actual plumbing. It's worth the plumbing; they travel well. Oh, that's methane. Okay. It's the methane going to you. Okay. So I could probably cut that for when I do the paste, right? So I could probably just do boop, boop. That would work real well. Okay. I buy that argument. Let's make it aligned to the existing one. And Yep. Here we go. So we run the methane down to that setup, so that will work. Something like this, just a couple modifiers like that. And I've got the moondrop generator, greenhouses. The moondrops we can grab from the existing setup. Just gonna go grab the item that turns moondrops into moondrop seeds. If I get all plumbed up. Oh, I could arguably do with another one. I probably hadn't assumed that I was just going to copy paste the old setup, because the old setup's ratio different, probably. See if I actually have all the plumbing here. I might actually have all the plumbing. Although it's going to be probably pretty tight. I hadn't planned on necessarily building this, so I only brought some of the stuff with me. And apparently some of the stuff I brought with me I did not count out correctly, because I'm one short of one item. Okay, well, looks like that's the CO2 distributed. The water looks distributed on all but one of the rows. Water sorted, methane sorted, CO2 sorted. Got the belt on you, and I suppose I also need to adjust, majorly adjust the feed rate on the inserters. Okay, so I don't need as many inserters. For reasons, because of how important that working rate is, I will overcommit on you. Rest will be minimized. That's that one, except for bottom top. That one's basically done. Oh, I put the splitter down. Oh, got you. Yeah, I think I got enough plumbing. Okay, and then the quickest way to see if it's working is start feeding in some feedstock, which is, in theory, fairly easy to do. Borrow some from this setup. Okay, so some aren't powered. Work that out pretty quickly from the warning labels that are changing. Okay, so I just need the 2 greenhouses and the 1 missing moondrop facility, and we have triple the methane production. Now this is where I'm going to find out that I did not need to triple the methane production, but needed to triple the formaldehyde conversion, didn't I? Maybe. I also need to triple the formaldehyde production, so I need to go get the stuff for that. Probably a good example of something that, I don't want to go up that road anyway. Let's say this might be a good road to convert to concrete. And the answer to that is actually no, because that's the road off to the copper mine, which I don't iron mine, don't frequently make use of. Okay, so fluid drills, 1 moondrop place, 2 greenhouses, 2 high pressure furnaces. I think that's what it might be high temp, something or other. I know the emblem that I'm looking for. Actually, the greenhouse is this way, so we'll get the greenhouses first. Moondrop facility is also this way. 2 of these. Need 1 of these. High pressure furnace, yeah. Oh, I'll grab more pipe over here as well. So yeah, base is coming along. I'm spending a lot of time, and this is why I'm trying to get stuff automated so I don't have to go walking over the base to pick stuff up as much. So I can walk to one place and pick stuff up instead of walk to everywhere and pick stuff up. Definitely spending a lot of time walking around the base, more than I'd really ideally want to be doing, but making good progress, I feel. Although we're gonna get into metallic soon. I'm gonna figure out how that works. So I can get my oil burner so I can properly or sustainably redo the petrochem. Basically what I want to do is I want to set up that I'm burning the surplus resources. Just having them sit around, float around. You actually want higher insert rate on the copper than I've been giving you, haven't you? 5 divided by 4 divided by 0.77. Yeah, you want 2 inserters instead of 1. There we go. So that should be running far more formaldehyde. Gotta put the building down before you can put things in the building. There we go, we got more seeds going. Yep, that one's running, that one's running. And we worked out those should both be balanced, they should both run. It's moondrop, so it's not the fastest thing in the world. But those belts should, over time, fill up. It'll look more like that. Yeah, I suppose it is, once again, time to bring back, assuming Editor Mead has done his job, YouTube for highlights. So, the big highlight here is that we've tripled Moondrop generation. And done a little bit of plumbing to give it a little bit of buffer. So, by doubling Moondrop generation, I think I've gone ahead and successfully doubled, or, tripled Moondrop production, tripled the formaldehyde production. So I should actually have enough now for all the simple circuit boards. We haven't fixed the other problems with the simple circuit boards. There's still not enough of the other metals that are feeding into it, but we are a step in the right direction. So with that, probably another jump break until I've got more of the fluid mining drills sorted. Unless you're here on YouTube, and then you have to experience the long way with me. You're backed up, so it's actually the left side. What's the left side struggling with? Seaweed. It's out of seaweed. And moss. Well, mostly seaweed. It would appreciate more moss as well. So do the seaweed run. And then we'll do moss run. I got 24 science. Let's get it installed. It's not going to be enough to finish oil industry. Oh, it's a good step in the right direction to that. Suppose I should go do a... If I actually want to reduce the stockpile of stuff here... What am I trying to really deplete here? I suppose. And like the other question. Why am I not just packing it all up? Copper line we want to leave intact because I want it to continue going that formaldehyde maker. Honestly, with a lot of it, the answer is because I don't know where to start disassembling. I know the other one's working, so I should just let the other one do its thing. Okay. And start disassembling. I have too much stuff in the inventory. So I'm going to continue packing this up. I should make a chest of stuff that I definitely don't need to be carrying. Like, I don't need the glass on me. I don't really need that titanium. Oh, I don't need that much titanium. I'm gonna take some stacks. Don't need ore. Don't need lead ore. Don't need gravel. That. Don't need that. There we go. Got a bunch of printed circuit boards. Almost a full chest of printed circuit boards. Okay. And yeah, that's that basically packed up. At least the bits I want to get rid of. You were always just for getting more stone prepped. Pipe out that I wanted. Get packed up. Anyone more science? I think that might be enough to keep the oil industry going. Oil industry machinery researched. Or it'll be one short. Not quite sure. One of those outcomes is going to happen. It's going to be the right amount or exactly one short. That's probably what we're going to end up with. And yeah, I'm probably at the point where this should come offline because, yeah, at this point we've got the bigger version of this ready to go with no feed into it, so. Keep you running, specifically. So I do need you running, or need you available. For making more. Get more sap trees going. Go install some of these fluid drills. Go put the machines we don't need back on the bus. So that I can find them when I need them later. Yeah, I have a suspicion we're gonna be like one short of oil industry machines. I'm gonna have to grab like the next batch to get it just to tick over. And I don't have enough acetylene. That's the problem we're having here. Not enough acetylene. It doesn't matter how quick the drills go, there isn't enough acetylene to make it run. Is that the CO2 flashing again? I thought I fixed that, although it might be that there's a pump. Ah, there's a pump here. So this portion of the network, plenty of CO2. This portion of the network, what's CO2? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Now that will get the moss farms going a little bit faster. Not that I need them to. Different question. This is mostly the old setup, which is going to start running slower and slower and slower as I've taken the things that consume the product offline. Yeah, I think you're just going off to nowhere. I think this is the belt to nowhere. Yep, that is the belt to nowhere. Because that system's offline and is not coming back. Could technically run it around to here, but this, again, this is a temp system. It'll just tell me that it's really, really time to get the temp systems to stop being temp. What do you need? You need more coal. If I want you to run, I need to go get coal, and I think I am exactly... I'm 2 short. Thought I was 1 short, I was actually 2 short. Okay, either way, that means I need more coal. So we're gonna run over, get coal, get it going with coal. So we get the last of the science made, and then while that science is being made, so I can get the oil industry going, I'm gonna run back up to the bus and put stuff away. Did I run out of anthracene oil? I would be surprised. It was literally overflowing last time I was down here. Think about anthracene oil. Boy, are the glass furnaces thirsty. Drained the anthracene oil. Oh, that's the heavy oil. Oh, they still drain the anthracene oil. That's where my anthracine's outbound to the glass works, so let's change that to one of the other overflowing ones. Naphthalene. Naphthalene is next. Now I should expect naphthalene to drain away to basically nothing. Although that would probably be fine, because again, we've been overflowing some of these things, so these things need to get used. Because we were at use them or lose them status, and we were losing them. So now we just got a mess on the floor from where we lost them. You take coal gas, which I don't have. Oh no, I have coal gas. You just needed more inventory ash space because I wasn't sorting your ash. Okay. I'm not going to permanently fix the ash problem. I'll just give you a massive buffer and forget about it for a while. Oh, and that's syngas. That's not... Okay, so that's fine. Your gasoline. That's the aromatic... I'll have to figure out where the acetylene is, figure out what I can do to expand it at some point, but that's fine, that's fine. I guess it's making plastic, not that I need plastic. There's the acetylene. Acetylene eats calcium carbide to make acetylene and slaked lime. You make 10 every 4 seconds. How many do you eat? 10 every 8. So technically I could run 2 of these. 2 gasifiers. I have to go grab a gasifier, but I could run another one of those, is what I'm saying. And call in you to make you run. I think we're still needing more moss. I suppose because this is the belt to Wood Nowhere. I could route the moss from that around over to the other system. Just have to hand feed it less, although I should be moving it, really. Okay, should be enough to get the oil industry machinery going. And then I gotta figure out how to make the parts. I suppose the first test, mentally, is can I make the parts that I need to not... that I need so I can hand assemble them, right? Because initially, I just really am interested in one of the machines coming up. Heavy oil refinery, not that worried. Ionic upgrader, not that worried. Multi-purpose cracker. Gas refinery. Yeah, these are probably all nice to have. The thing I want is the oil burner. Electric mining drill lab gasifier. Okay, so... electric mining drill I should probably add to the bus anyway. Lab should probably get added to the bus. Well, you don't really need to build labs en masse. So labs en masse would be being built specifically to feed this. That's easy enough to do. Gasifiers are in the bus, so it's mainly electric mine drills that need to be added. So I think the hard thing really is the intermetallics, because I don't know what we do for intermetallics. Yeah, here, let's start... Oh, after oil industry machinery, it's rubber. So I suppose we're working towards rubber probably next at that point. Casting into chromium into rubber. Okay. On the to-do, I should add the list of stuff here. So, add bus oil burner. Let's say it's oil burner. Our industry machines. Yeah, oil burner. Add bus heavy oil refiner. Ionic upgrader. Multi-purpose cracker and gas refinery. Okay. And now I have to think, do I need for intermetallics? Intermetallic. 1. Iron, excellent, antimony, special alloy, and vitrolloy. Iron, excellent, alloy, special alloy. Okay. It's iron, not gonna worry about it. Nexil plate comes from smithing. Green nexilite, which comes from that, which is water. And more importantly, nexilite mine. No, that's the wrong one. That's the reserve. That's not the one we're doing. We need the one that I guess I don't have a way to make Exilate yet. That's weird. Thought that was the dinos. Dig site. Ah, so that's you. Okay. With Digosauruses. Okay. And apparently Digosauruses are very efficient. So one tiny dig site barely working is going to provide all the next one I need. Okay. But I got to set that up because I'll need some Nuxlet. Fair enough. And then we got antimony oxide. Antimony grade 4 oxygen in plastic bar. Antimony grade 4. Secondary crusher or automated screener. This is where we activate the metrics and go like, ah, no, tell me that I can turn things into things, because I've got this weird stacked list of this comes from this, but this makes it as a byproduct of this as well, and da 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 da. Okay. Anti-money field money. Okay. So, a lot of antimony drills. But that gets me my antimony to go with my Nexilate. And the iron's really easy. And then we get the vitroloi, which is more antimony oxide. Thought we were done, we're not. Okay. So that probably wants to go close to the top. And then we're already making that, already making that, already making that, already making that. So yeah, other than needing the antimony oxide and the Nexilate production, that's not too hard. Although, I know, for example, that I do not have automated screeners or secondary crushers produced. So those need to get added to the bus, and the basic oxygen furnaces need to be added to the bus. Although once we do that, all of that can be pretty easily produced, and then, yeah, so once we get everything set up, making the iron Xlet here is really easy. It's just, you take two things, you melt them together, that's the easy part. The hard part is Nexilate and antimony. Antimony does not look like a particularly simplistic process, although it's basically like, yeah, you got 20 basic oxygen furnaces that are eat the output of 2.8 of these, 35.5 of these, 13.6 of these, 13.6 of these, 27, 28 of these. Yeah. as much as I'd like to run to oil burners, that's not happening. That is very much not happening. Interesting. What is my rate limiting step? Oh, the output is rate limiting. The output is rate limiting. So that is telling me that that needs to go to the bus. That's where I gotta take that. I gotta take that to the bus. I'm a little tempted to take the printed circuit boards as well, but I think there's only one thing I need those for. Yeah, those only go in the chip shooter machine. It's the one machine that will be wanting printed circuit boards. Printed circuit substrates. So it's very tempting to take it up to the bus for this one application. But that would be all I'd be taking it up to the bus for. So for the moment, I'm definitely not going to worry about it, because that just sounds like, yeah, that's probably something I should put on the bus at some point. But that's something I definitely do not need on the bus right this moment. And we're going to the bus. All simple circuit boards, which we're going to need for all the things we haven't yet added to the bus, probably. Well, maybe not everything. There's probably some stuff I was just too lazy to add. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe that's giving past me too little credit. I've done all the complicated recipes that didn't require things that did not involve circuit boards. I must be really outrunning the printed circuit boards. They should be coming down behind me. And we're gonna need more belts. Let's grab the belt. To the other end of the bus we go. Yeah, this is a big bus. It's going to be evident by the fact that to get from one end of the other bus to the other, I need to spend 500 belts just to go. Great. Okay, and I've arrived at the end of the bus. I forgot to check things off the to-do list. Yeah, I should have probably checked off the make new automation sites and simple circuit boards, because we now have simple circuit boards. Yeah. Let me put the stuff back that I don't need. Got a bunch of these from the old one we disassembled. We're waiting on pumps. Pumps are waiting on engines. Engines are waiting on aluminum. Those are pressure pumps. Got to be confused with the secondary stuff. I did need a gasifier for something, so we'll pick up a gasifier. Put view back. Put 4 view back. I have the clay pit to put back. We'll hold on to the chip shooter, because I don't actually have that on the bus. Crushers. I'm actually going to put the crushers back, because I think we're going to hold off doing that line upgrade. I'm going to want more view. View back. I can probably put these back for the moment. Did I go past? I think I went past the tar machine. Let it want to go back the other way. Okay, put the tar machine to put away, and the bolt maker that's at the end. Okay. And I have an empty... Well, I'm about to have an empty cup of tea, so it is time for me to go make a new cup of tea. I will be back to continue expanding the base when I have a new cup of tea. The next thing I think we're going to be working on is expanding the bus. So we're going to skip chip shooter because I think the printed circuit board is going to be a little bit fiddly to build on the bus. But seed farm, biofactory, gene factory, creature chamber, reproductive complex, microcosm mine, incubator, data array, the rock. I think that's the rock paddock. The slaughterhouse, the research center, the electrolyzer. We got a list of things to go through, and I think we have what we need to put these mostly on the bus. Some of the things, like if we go into the Varrock paddock, I needed the microcosm mine. The microcosm mine needed well, I think we actually have glass on the bus. So that probably could actually have gone on already. That probably could have gone on already. Some of the stuff I've been holding off because they require, like, reproductive complex. Simple circuit boards. Well, that's on the bus now. So this can be... Oh, okay. Titanium plate is on the bus. I'm going to have to get the titanium plate sorted out. That's going to be added to the list of the fluid drills I got to check up on. But we're working on it. But we're going to start just plowing through the to-do list on what things to add to the bus. I think until I have everything I need for... And we did the math for the Varrock paddocks. That's actually probably not the one we want. That's also... Oh, yeah, they don't want to make barracks. That's making them from scratch. I'm thinking Sci Pack. I think we did the math for it. There's the math for it. So we do everything from this, right? So I need 2.5 slaughterhouses, 40 Varrock paddocks, 10 reproductive complexes. Like, this is not a small build. But I think this is the next major build, so it's getting everything that we need on the bus from this, right? Because if I can get the Varrock products and the reproductive complexes sort of being made slowly, then I can go off and improve fulfillment of other stuff while it gets built. So, tea break. We're gonna work on getting this stuff on the bus so that these can start getting to be made, so that I can then automate the next supply pack, so we can just roll through all the 2-pack sciences while I work on more complicated stuff. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there. Varrock stage 2 for if we want to make the recipe better but more complicated. Like start feeding them food and so much more complications are going to come up, but that's where we're going. So hope you've all been enjoying, but I will be back with the tea. Okay, back with the tea. And I am noticing, doesn't look like we got a lot of copper, or got a lot of aluminum coming down. There's another belt that we don't have any. Oh, that's the logs that aren't coming in. Okay, that's not. I can work with that. I haven't set up logs for the main bus yet. So, on to the to-do list. Next is seaweed farm. So, seaweed is that one. Seaweed crop facility. Pipe, stonebrick, steam engine, limestone, air core conductors, tin plate. Limestone... It probably makes sense to ship water in, not limestone at this point. I'm thinking. Yeah, it probably makes sense to ship water in, not limestone. And I just run up to like the closest body of water and pull water down. We're a little far east to pull down the belt, so we probably pull onto the belt that way. Okay. And I will need seaweed farms for what we're about to build, so can't really skimp on that. It's the 6 item, but that includes the limestone that we're going to build otherwise. So that means it's basically a 5 item. Okay, so if I'm doing that, I need a washing facility for limestone production. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. I could potentially put limestone on the bus. Used in 1, 2, 2 buildings. Yeah, otherwise it's mostly used as an ingredient and stuff. Yeah, I think it's going to be easier to bring water onto the bus than... at least more meaningful, because we've got 2 places that need limestone, that's it. And I don't even know if the second one unlocked yet. And then limestone is, of course, made soil extractor. So let's go grab a single soil extractor. In the meantime, hopefully we've been generating a decent amount of those. 7 more. Definitely need more than that. And we're looking at something that looks like that, I think. So copy of that whole array, let's say. And then we just replace that bit with the soil. Yeah, so that provides that. This is coming up from you. Thinking about that, that's actually something I should probably put on the bus sooner rather than later, is the splitter itself. Okay, so engine, limestone, air core is next. More undergrounds. And then pipe, brick, tin. I'm gonna have to get some tin on the bus, which is new. Pipe, brick, and then tin will be new. And about there, okay. It isn't obvious I'm not planning on using this aluminum mine, at least why the bus is here. Belt and underground. Anyway, we're gonna have to run a water line. I probably need an offshore pump. Like so. Get to the end of the power grid. And just like that, I think that's the connections we want. Yeah, that works. And then this would be nickel. I think it's nickel, it's the pink purple one. Tin. This would be tin. We're making that, but I'm not making enough to send any up to the bus right now, which is a slightly different problem. So we'll get to where this should go on the bus, and I'll mark it so that I don't get confused when I'm trying to attach stuff to the bus later. And we can see the slow but reliable pulses of simple circuit boards coming down the bus here. Can't figure out which bus line that is. Thinking about it, this is pretty consistent, I think. debating. Yeah, I'm gonna give into the debate. Maybe don't quite have enough space for what I'm trying to do. Balancing the bus. That works. Okay. Anyway, we'll see. I think that's working, so I can go ahead and remove the lower portion here. I'm gonna do that. Suppose let's let that portion run out first. Okay. Apparently it all drains out except for the coal. In fact, I suspect the coal is going to drain so slowly I can probably just take the coal off as well. And those two should drain down, so I've got less to pull out when it comes time to take the end off. Okay, so then the next one, so that's seaweed. Wrong list. That's seaweed. We'll do biofactory next. Biofactory. First thing that requires the simple circuit boards. Oh, first one that requires both duraluminum titanium plate. I think I already got glass on the bus, right? Yeah, so it's the duraluminum and the titanium plate that is new for you. And it is a 7-item assemblage. Okay. And the process extracts materials to and from natural sources. Okay. Biofactory requires steam engines. That fits fine. Still on fueled burner assemblers. You need that. Okay. So, first thing on the bus is small parts. Second thing. And plate? Steel plate? It'll be glass, then circuits. And then the remaining two, aluminum and titanium, need to be added to the bus. We'll almost certainly want those for other assemblages. We're 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so coming up on gap time. Something that looks like that. Okay. That one piece of aluminum just keeps sliding on the bus. It doesn't matter which one of those is which right now. As long as one is titanium, the other is duraluminum. So we'll mark one as one is the other. Into the bus, the other end of the bus. I don't think I'm getting to the other end of the bus with what we've got. I do have titanium, and I do have duraluminum, so we can get that thing running a little bit. If I'm interested in having some of those. Okay, well that's as far as that bus is going for the moment. So we're gonna the markers here. So we'll say you. I think we got titanium before duraluminum, so we'll mark you as titanium, and you'll be marked as duraluminum. meantime, we'll keep designing. So let's cut down some trees. We'll add 2 more to the bus, and then we'll do a quick build review for YouTube. Actually, remember to check some stuff off the to-do list. To-do list is actually shorter than 32 items in practice. Obviously, because we just added 2 things to it, or removed 2 things from it. But I haven't checked them off. Okay. Gene Lab. Gene Lab. Buy tank 30 kiloliter. And the biofactory. So that's one of the things we need the biofactory for. It needs the titanium plate, needs the duraluminum, needs the glass, which... Oh, and plastic bars. I keep just adding more things to the bus than I need to add to the bus, apparently. And yeah, I see no reason necessarily to delay this. In fact, probably... Is this the only thing the biofactory goes into? Yeah. Gene Lab and its upgrade. So this definitely... The Gene Factory definitely wants to be next to the biofactory. That's a no-brainer. We've got... 3, 6, 8 inputter. 8 inputter. This is an extra special complicated one. Okay. 8 inputs. Not a problem, although that's starting to hit close to problem territory, because I've got only 9 ins and outs, right? So if it needs more than 9 things, I have a problem. So I don't have a problem yet. Oh, it's close to a problem. That's close to the problem as we can get without it becoming a real problem. Blueprint-wise, we're looking at something that looks like you. Oh, and one of those is the tank. 30 kiloliter tank. And 30 kiloliter tank is piped aluminum lead. Okay, so say that their aluminum tank is over here. Oh, and I suppose it's 8, and I need to fuel it and empty it. So actually, is that a problem? I think that might actually be full problem territory. Oh no, 3 times 4 is 12, not 9. So you'd be using 10 of the 12 slots. 2 for unloading, loading the fuel, basically. So yeah, that works. That works. It's going to be tight, but that works. So 3, 2... yet. I need one extra one, which is basically that. Okay. And then your 3, we'll say it's vaguely like that to go to the other side. So, tank we got sorted out coming to the right. Biofactory we got coming along the bottom. First in is steel. Second in... glass. Circuit boards are next. And then we're looking titanium. Titanium, duraluminum. And then really driving it home, we have new material for that one. Which is a plastic bar. Yeah. And then you need... what it takes to build a fight tank on me? I'm trying to think... yes. So let's build one of those 30K. So I got an idea what they look like. One decided that's a tank I want to standardize around. In which case I'll do a buffer. A bus so that I can pick it up. What does this tank look like? Compact, low-capacity tank. I definitely see using that. Especially if I want to do, say, flow control pumps. Sure. Okay. And then it's pipe, duraluminum, lead. I don't have lead on the bus yet, do I? So that'll be another line on the bus. Oh dear. Yes, I did realize at some point that this one's only 7 across instead of 8. It should be 8, but the bus is long enough and big enough that it's not worth fixing. You're like me and realized that I did not keep it in even spacing. It's supposed to be an even spacing, but it did not stick that way. And then that's the duraluminum. And then you would actually be lead. Be the first of the lead uses. Was, you're new, right? Plastic. You're the first plastic. Here, I've made plastic in this run already. And sure, I think the thing we're putting on the bus there we've made before. Handcrafted it, but obviously haven't used it on the bus properly before. At the point where I'm making belt to build my splitters. I should go grab some belt. And if there isn't enough belt, then I should probably do a build review. And then we'll go check up on... Well, go add the fluid drills to the assemblage. We're getting a decent number of them. $700 something? I suspect that it's probably not enough. Feels so slow here. There's a reason I haven't paved this portion yet. put the ghost back in. Wait, where? Oh. Makes sense. It's supposed to go through the thing, not replacing the thing. There we go. Okay, so if those belts actually had things on them, this would be working. Okay, let's do the plan stuff out. Or I forget about. Sorry, decided a good idea to mute the mic while I try to drone the cough out. Drown the scratchy throat out. I'm out of build again. Here we go. Yeah, build review time. Well, if Editor Me has done his job, it's time to do a little bit of build review. This time, we're back adding things to the bus. It's time to check off some things on our to-do list. So first up, we've gone ahead and added seaweed crop facility to the bus. I need to plumb it in. I forgot to plumb it in, but we'll go plumb it in a moment with water. And we need to put tin on the bus. I've put the position on the bus for it, but we need to actually get tin added to the bus. But then we'll have this produced, so I'm going to check that off the to-do list. We've added Biofactory to the bus. Same sort of logic as the previous one. We got two things that need to be added to the bus for it actually to work, but it's added to the bus, so I'm checking off the to-do list. Third thing, Gene Factory. It uses the previous one as an input, uses the 30 kiloliter tanks to the right as an input, and then in addition to what the previous one needs, it also has a new thing it needs added to the bus. But again, this is assembled, it just needs those things added to the bus, and we've made those things, we just haven't attached them to the bus yet, so we're going to check it off. In addition, if we come up here, you'll see that the simple circuit boards are now on the bus. We, in theory, have put them into some construction, so new automation and simple circuits at this point has been done, so we're going to check that off the to-do list. We made concrete and reinforced concrete before, but these aren't... actually, I'd argue that we still have done... We've definitely done the first portion. I haven't actually done the second portion, so I'm not going to check this off. I'm going to check fluid drills off when we have all the fluid drill mines actually done being built. Because until then, they should be checked every once in a while in case I need stuff from them. That's why I got them on the checklist. And yeah, we're going to continue to work through the checklist here. I'm going to go check up on the fluid drills, add a few more drills to the setup while we wait for the bus to catch up, and then for belts, because the bus is big and long, and I actually go through a lot of belts at this point, trying to get items onto the bus to the end of the bus where they get put into a thing. Yeah. If you're watching on YouTube, this is probably where we're going to put the end of the highlight. We'll catch you in the next highlight. And if you're watching on Twitch, you gotta sit along and enjoy the ride, I suppose. Hopefully that's why you tuned in. So next stop, we're gonna double check to see if there's any more fluid mining drills I can take with me. Go check the fluid drills. I've got a gasifier, so we can go add an extra gasifier to the acetylene system. Did I go past the fluid drills? I feel like I did. That might be because they're empty. Yeah, they're empty. Shame. then grab more pipe and underground pipe. Maybe didn't need the underground pipe. Belt. Before I forget, let me add that water. So the only thing we're missing is what we need to bring to the bus. Because the pipes go a longer distance than the undergrounds do. I think it's a good idea that I save the space I need later on. Goal here is to run up to the closest source of water. I think I can get there without a pump. Eventually I think we get water fill and I can just punch holes in the ground to have some water. Nope, I was hoping to get there without a pump. That was not achievable. There we go. So I just need to get power to that pump. And we'll go add the other gasifier in, double settling production, and try to finish out one of the fluid mining drill builds. Twitch chat saying, oh hey, it's been a while since I was last here. Okay. Is there something you want to see how it's changed? How goes the horrifyingly giant bus? It continues. I'm on the way back to it, so you'll get catch a glimpse of it as we run from one end to the other. It's probably since the last time you've seen it. If it's been a while, it's probably gotten longer. How is Phi 1 going? Have you fully automated yet? No, I have not fully automated. In fact, that is the next thing I'm working on. That's the next big thing we're working on. As to-do list, we're working on creature chamber, reproductive complex, Varrock paddock. That's the upcoming stuff in the add to the bus list, so that I've got enough to go out and build the whole system I want to build. So I've figured out the recipe that I want to do. That's this one. This is the Varrock recipe. We're going to try to make 0.5 SciPack Science 1 when I finally automate it. But this is the end of the bus, and now I'm going to go run to the other end of the bus. I suppose I should go check up on the manual feed for the current psi pack. Did I run past the fluid mining drills again? G. Maybe. It's hard to tell when we're there weren't empty there. One of them. Okay, this is the long bus. Yeah, the most recent thing I automated was simple circuit boards. So I'm gonna walk past the simple circuit board maker here. That's it here. And this is actually all mathed out, so that should be running at full speed. Given I have enough lead, which I don't have enough lead. That's what we're going to go top up, is more lead production. Lead, tin, I think the zinc are probably undersupplied. Science, you're short on basic substrate. Basic substrate is short on moss. It's always the moss. It's over there. Give you a slight top off. And then we put the rest in here. Okay, I think that was what was missing. I'll deliver the side pack. I might try to update it so it self-feeds the moss a little bit. Now that half the old moss is actually not feeding anything in practice. Twitch chat saying, up to 998 saying, man, the scale of the base is scary for how early game it still is. Yeah, there's lots of things in this game that as you get better at them, you can make them smaller. And smaller and smaller. So it's early game, and the base is big, and the base is big because we just don't know better ways to make things most of the time. Like, I think the second recipe for moss is like half the size for the same throughput as the first recipe. And there's lots of recipes that are like, it's like, yeah, you get the next recipe, and it might be a little more complicated, but this size like halves. So you can get twice as much stuff in the same amount of space. A good example of that is just, like, miners. Moving to electric miners, I think, is like 4 times the space efficiency. And because space is also throughput, you're basically increasing your throughput by 4 times. Like, I'm on... Well, I say I'm on the verge. I'm like a full... The tech after this one is rubber. Rubber is the better transport belt tech. So you go from like, you make like, what, it's like 2 or 4 belts every half a second? Okay, make 4 belts a second to, you make 7 in half a second. At a certain point, it's like, yeah, you use that to make the things smaller, or you can use to make that, to make the base just more space efficient, faster, a whole load of stuff going on. Okay, so that should help a little bit, or actually, that's not going to help with the lead, because the lead is actually being held up by the acetylene. But that is, I suppose this is going to be another build review time. We now have built out and properly put together this lead mine. Again, I don't necessarily know if this lead mine is large enough to meet the simple circuit maker. There's only 29 miners. And the simple circuit maker needs 2... Actually, if this is getting enough acetylene, this should be just about the right size to keep the simple circuit maker happy and running at full speed. And if you're watching this in the build review, you'll notice that we're a little low on acetylene. That's what I'm going to go follow up with. I think without changing anything, I just toss another gasifier on it. We can double the acetylene. That probably isn't enough to fix the problem. Seeing as the recipe here is saying I need something like 14, but steps in the right direction. So we'll be back. And then Twitch chat saying, yeah, I'm using rubber for my transport belt now, and it's so much better. I can imagine. Just being able to be like, what? I think it's like twice the metal efficiency. You're getting twice the belts per space. Although I can imagine that might be a little bit more complicated from an inserter standpoint, because you got more stuff going into the same inserter. But yeah, I'm on like the cusp of a bunch of techs that make things more space efficient, right? We haven't completely converted over to just sort of like tier 2 iron, which is you crush the iron and then you smelt that because that's more efficient. And the one that comes after that is you use the oxygen furnaces and cast. And so I'm just on like the cusp of doing casting. I'm just on the cusp of having oil burners. We've researched them, but I don't have intermetallics going. I'm on the cusp of automating SciPack 1 so we can get a whole bunch of new techs coming in. And then we'll be getting all the supporting industry to build those and implement those across the base. And at some point I need to just come around and I need to start tearing out the older mines and replacing them with the better newer ones. Like this mine down here would just be so much more efficient if it was a whole bunch of electric miners. Because then I wouldn't have to have sort of the mine feeding the mine thing going on. And the Twitch is saying like making Varrock food and stuff. Yeah, that's an option. That's one way to get the Varrocks to be more space efficient and more food efficient. We haven't implemented that yet. That's upcoming. Not that I think I have the aromatics necessarily to support this, but getting built. And now to implement the good old copy and paste trick to get them all facing the right direction. Ash is coming back on that side. So that's towards my ash drain. I guess I'm out of aromatics. What's going on? Okay. I definitely at some point need to expand the, well, rebuild and refactor the petrochem. See the spills from when it overflowed earlier. Different places. Definitely got the balance wrong on something because we're perpetually out of pitch. Or perpetually out of tar. Which, to be fair, is contributing to things not overflowing anymore, but... And the outline oil, I could probably do another destructive distillation for more aromatics. What was the level of... Gasoline's not backing up yet. And then I think the thing we came prepared to do was the gasifier for expanding acetylene. theory, have enough production that I can just double it. Oh, I never double check the math if I've got enough stairs on here. Well, probably actually have too many. 10 divided by 8. Yeah, I only need 2. I've got 3 on there, but we'll roll 3. 3 will be fine. Yeah, so that should give us double acetylene. Need another gasifier for plastic, although I do now have need for plastic on the bus, so at some point I need to get that up to the bus. I don't need a lot. That might actually be a good thing if I were to wait a little while and got the what's them called again? Got a caravan to drag it up there. That'd probably be the way to go with it. Aromatic. Yeah, probably go for another thing of aromatics. Got the light oil, so go grab another destructive distillation column, put the second one in. Running through here, we'll grab more belt. And we're looking for the destructive distillation column. That's the quenching tower. I think I went past it. Yeah, I went past it. One of those? Okay. I'm going to take the run down there to put that in specifically. There's the destructive distillation column. guessing they're noticing half the concrete is not flowing this way. Oh, never mind. I'm actually doing... I've just got a half belt concrete. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's tracking. That only swing up half the belt. Okay, I'll process light oil into aromatics. Checking up on our science, see if we can get a little bit more out of the queue. $39. And what's the limiting factor? We just... oh, stone. Stone is the limiting factor. I'm now half tempted to try to spaghetti stone over there. Got a otherwise unused stone belt over there, so all I gotta figure out is how to get it in. How to get it in. Think that works? Yeah, that works. So now it'll never run out of stone again. That is intentionally a half a belt of stone. I could add seaweed to the other half. Nothing stopping me. So now I shouldn't need to feed the seaweed. Alright, spaghetti the moss over. I gotta get it to touch 3 different things. And then I technically don't need to touch the moss again. I'll just be bringing over the refined coal and the agar every once in a while. Keep it running. Oh, and logs, I suppose. Although that... I've got an unused wood belt. That's... that unused wood belt to use. Oops. Okay, clean that up. There we go. And the overflow moss feeds itself into the setup. Well, what was previously the no longer used wood line, although I suppose it's going in here for the cellulose as well. So I'll have to bring agar around every once in a while and find coal. But now this is a little bit more self-fulfilling. That was marine water animals. So I can now butcher fish which we probably need to do at some point for fish oil. Probably goes into this, doesn't it? Not necessarily. Bones, meat, skin, guts, fish oil. Basic fundamental substances. Okay, so we get iron from blood, and chlorine from guts, tin ore from meat, lead from skin, keratin from bones. Okay. Shitting can be turned into some really hot geothermal water. Okay. Some interesting choices up there. Not working towards that. Honestly, working towards the rubber here is not. I'm hoping to maybe get to fish. Get fish breathing going at some point. Fish farm going at some point, so I can use the fish to make the fish turbines. For some very horrible but fairly spammable power. And then I'm hoping to have got that built and zoned out properly instead of it being something I just gotta come by and check every once in a while. Make sure it's still working. I think we're back to the bus at this point. Get some more stuff being assembled on the bus. Forgot to grab more belt, because I need more belt. I've got 762 belts and I don't have enough belt. It's a big bus. When I've got things that don't even run the whole length of the bus yet, I need to get to the other end of the bus. in an ideal world, this is where titanium joins the bus. Thinking about it... No, I've got zinc and lead. Although lead is coming up. Okay. Get that aluminum on the bus, please. Need the aluminum on the bus. That. Oh, no, actually. Keep pulling that off the thing because I don't have you on the bus yet. And then the next one is the duraluminum. Oh, I suppose I can remember them. I think it was duraluminum, plastic, and lead. And where? See if I remember correctly when I get to the end. Soon, I think the bus is going to be wider than that cliff. Yeah, duraluminum was next. So that's duraluminum sorted. And yeah, plastic and lead. Gotta build again. 343. Okay, that might be enough to get from one end to the other. Might. It's alright, there's not much to talk about when we're just running from one end of the bus to the other, putting in new resource lines. Just put in the belt. Belt from here to there. We're not saying how far it is. Oh, I suppose if you pay attention to exactly how many belts we put down, you'll be seeing how far it is. But we're not intentionally going there and back again to see how far it is. We might be getting pretty close to that a couple times. So I guess while we're waiting for some more belt to be made, I should do some design work instead of trying to lay belt down, because I don't have the belt to lay down. Next thing on the to-do list is the creature chamber. Creature chamber. Gene lab. Okay, so we need the thing we just built. Wow. We're running out of space on that one. Is that the only thing the gene lab goes into? Yes. Well, excluding its upgrade. When it comes time to do its upgrade, I think it's time to build a new bus. Hopefully by then we're in bus mall. Not bus mall, bot mall. Hopefully you're bot mall by then. That way I can make it a whole lot more compact. You are another 8 inputter. Does the creature chamber go into anything? Besides the creature chamber Mark II? No. Just creature chamber. The first thing to be added is the steel plate. Glass, then? Circuit board. Steel plate, glass, circuit board, plastic. No, titanium, duraluminum, plastic, lead. Okay. This is so complicated, I'm not actually sure which one of these is which. That is a good question.